아이스 모드.
내려가.
잘했어요. 올려야 돼.
이동 멈춰.
막 해야겠다.
좋아, 좋아, 좋아.
거기 갤러리 밖으로 나가세요.
이거 지금 확인해 준다고.
너무 끝입니다.
여기 돌아가서 할까요? 땡큐.
여기로 봐. 여기로 봐.
관리해야 돼. 그냥 이 나무 이게 사이로만 보낸다고 생각해. 그래.
몇 정도 쳐야 되겠어요? 한 20만 쳐도 괜찮지?
20만 쳐도 페어에 나갈 수 있어. 30까지도 괜찮아.
오, 야.
쳐야겠다 여기 근데 나이스!
꽤 내려가서.
여기서부터 약간 흐르는
흐르는?
한 이 정도 와서 흘러 들어가.
부드럽게.
나이스! 나이스!
감사합니다. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay in getting the commentary on air. Hope you are all doing well and enjoying our coverage of round number 2 here at the HITE JINRO Championship. It is a busy day this second round. Everyone jostling for position, trying to both A, at the top of the leaderboard, keep themselves in the hunt, for the competition here, but also, and perhaps most importantly for those in and around the top 60, keep themselves in a good position that will see them qualify for the weekend. At the moment, 62 athletes are above the projected cut line at +8. +2 is one of the scores to try and reckon with the most, and that is where we find a couple of players, but the margins are so fine. That is a good birdie make. So Young trying to make up a little bit more ground. She is 3 under for the day now with that massive pickup. 2 back of Chung Yoon Ji. From the rough on number 10. Kim Se-romi, 287 meters just off the fairway to the right side in that thick rough, and unable to straighten it out and come back in to regulation and in play position. This is closer to the fairway, but still just off into the second cut. Ji Young. Some missteps and some misfortune on that front 9, and not looking like everything is quite 100% for her, but she's able to get back into the key spots in the fairway as we go to 14. Sang Hyun is 137 meters out. She's approaching this with still some yardage to mount, get uphill, and up onto the green. I'd say she accomplishes that feat quite well indeed. That is a scintillating approach shot in a very good position to try and record a birdie. And we see the smile on her face that we didn't see a ton of yesterday, to be fair. It's a very challenging back 9 for her. Speaking of back 9, this is the 10th hole with our leader. A 1-shot cushion as she tees off on the west course. Bounces once, twice, 4 times, and will settle into the rough. Well, from the tee box to an out of bounds position, this is the second effort on 11 for Pak Gyal, just off of the cart path down the hill, and this time she is able to convert and find the green. Unfortunately, though, she needs to be perfect with the putter to make sure it is just 1 drop shot. Now Pei Su-yeon, 195 meters. Seems decent contact, but unfortunately it's significantly underhit. You can see the wind very much at her back when that ball was struck. Maybe she's overcompensating a little bit too much. Patience for Kim Se-ro-mi is 70 in the opening round. She's on pace to match that, but she still has 9 holes to go. 4 birdies on that front 9, bogeys at 2 and 6. Yesterday at 10, one of 4 consecutive pars, 9, 10, 11, and 12, before an incredible run of 3 birdies in a row, 13 through 15. It is a deep approach, plenty of distance, but all the way off onto the fringe. That's not a bad spot to be, though. She can putt comfortably from there and still know that a birdie could be on the cards. .174 meters on this approach for Lee Ga-young. It's almost the perfect spot to land. Takes up just about nearly all the pace, and it goes right into the bottom of the hole. You can hardly believe the execution on an eagle. Still suspending her belief. She doesn't quite trust what her eyes had seen. It's a brilliant, brilliant shot. All the way from relative obscurity in a tie for 26th to 1 shot back of being even, joining 13 of 108 players who have been able to have some kind of mastery of this course. Birdies have been at a premium so far this week, let alone eagles, which would be even more rare. Not seen one yet all day long. And you look top to bottom yesterday, not one either, so that is the first of the event. Park Ji-young had cleared the debris. As we look back at Lee Ga-young, even her caddy just had to peek down and make sure that there was a white golf ball in the bottom of the hole at number 15. How quickly things can change with just one swing of the club, especially in a major championship with everything as tight as it has been. And she could play that exact shot 1,000 times in a row. She may not be able to come up with that same result, but she'll celebrate it. She'll have to try and keep the emotions even keel, knowing that she got a second lease on life in this major championship. Wasn't quite as exciting the point where Park Sung-young would lift you out of your seats with her approach, but it was about as good as you can ask. It's her first birdie of the day at long last, back to even par. She returns to the LPGA Tour of Korea this week with a lot of expectation. Major championship she's won across the Atlantic. 10-time winner on the LPGA Tour of Korea. Just trying to keep that low and return to the fairway, trying to cheat a little bit, Chung Yoon-ji. Going over the bend instead of taking a little bit less pace off of it and just play the safe shot. She does have a bit of breathing room, but there is a very significant contingent of players waiting for any and all mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, unfortunate for Pacquiao off the tee. This is now a putt that would see her drop again. Oh, the late break, just enough. That will be a big exhale of relief. However, that is now 3 bogeys in a row, 9, 10, and 11. Finds the water with her tee shot on this par 3. She was a perfect 2 for 2 on the front 9, at least in terms of avoiding a drop shot, but birdies have been at a premium, and really wasn't long ago that she was inside the top 10, and it's just a really difficult run of holes that sees her drop out of not only the top 10, but out of the top 25.
나이스. 와. 내려와.
Well, it's very short, very shallow onto the putting surface. Where that ball lands is technically on the green, but there is still a lot of yardage to try and make up. And Kim Sarami, this could still be a birdie, but she needs to find the bottom of the hole from the fringe. Slightly offline to start and never really recovering. Little bit of extra pace on that putt. The routine, the calculus thrown off slightly from being off the green and putting into the wind as well, and that little bit of extra power will prevent her from moving into a tie for the lead. 박성현. Camera operator does a very good job to find that ball, and it's not quite done rolling down the cart path. Don't know that it's fully stopped moving either, but she'll get some free relief and a free extra 30 yards or so as that ball is unable to fully make the move around the dog leg, and there will be a drop in her future. Can't say a similar position in any real capacity, as that was almost fully in the fairway and fully straight down at the green. It finds about the middle of the target area. We'll be putting for birdie next. Speaking of, Pei Su-yeon trying to avoid a drop. She's +4, and she's about to go down again. It's not a mark where she would like to be. We're seeing a lot of players who posted 71s, 72s, and 73s, but who have struggled on this Saturday, becoming much closer to the cut line than any of them would like. Straight off the back from the pin, Park Ji-young. Needs to move now. The alignment is slightly to the inside. Weight control spot on. You know you're close when you can use the backside of your putter to just tap it in. It's an unfortunate fall from grace in the second round. Finished with a 71 in round one. She is now 6 over. Plummeting down the leaderboard and only 2 strokes to play with if she has any real hope of making the cut. That's not where she expected to be at this point in her round when she woke up this morning after a good opening round performance. Moments ago, it was a putt for birdie to move level. Now it's a putt from about 5 feet away to keep herself within 1 of the lead. Sarah Romy recovers in time. Not far from the thick rough behind the green here. It's just a little soft touch. Gets it started and in a much more advantageous position, but it's the weak approach in the first place that has her on the precipice of a bogey now. So Jan, double digits, the yardage between she and a bird. Slightly downhill putt. The tailwind pushing her ever closer. Not quite going to be enough. That's about a meter, and she'll have a par. Chung Yoon-ji, this is in the rough around the bend in the fairway. And she's not on the green in regulation either, as that settles on the fringe, well short. And this putt needs to get right. That's a good save. Might even be more than that. A great save. There was 72 yesterday. She is still 2 under par. And with Chung Yoon-ji looking like she might be dropping a stroke on her current hole, keeps Kim Soo-ji, the defending champion, in a very promising position. Patience as she leans over this putt. Maybe a little bit too much time to think about that one. Isomi is in the category of extremely difficult second rounds. There's no way around it. 72 yesterday, and after she has that tap in, it will be +4. Down with the likes of Pak Young in 29th position. She's been the best in one putt. Successful conversions so far this week, 93.33%. She can add another through 14 and 3 under. Pretty big names at this even par score at the moment. Peng Min-ji on the 18th, one under, excuse me, for the day. Of course, Pak Sang-hyun, Pak Do-young, Lee So-young, Yoo-hae Ren, and Chung Soo-gi all sharing a position inside the top 10 here. Despite the roar of delight from the crowd, that is still rather short in terms of an approach. Clouds rolling in, but enough of the sun still peeking through. Taking a look at the leaderboard. Jung Yoon-ji, a 1-stroke lead over Kim Se-romi. So-yeon, 3 under in sole possession of third. Kim Soo-ji, Han Shin-sun tied for fourth. Pak Ji-young, Song Ga-eun, the only other players under par as we reach a break at 3 p.m. local time here in Yeoju-si. We'll return to Blue Heron momentarily as our coverage of the 22nd, HITE JINRO Championship continues after this. Welcome back to Blue Heron. We pick up our coverage with our leader on the fringe. Work to be done. Typically, her putter has allowed her, when she's been in these positions, to avoid any danger. Nobody needs a birdie more than Buck Gill on a slippery slope down the leaderboard, and she might have just found the sand trap. Short and right from what shouldn't have been all that of a daunting position. Not the end of the world. We've seen on many and many occasions that one of the consistent things from this tour is the play out of the sand traps. The number of sand recoveries on the LPGA Tour of Korea almost defies logic. It doesn't factor in, though, a player lacking a bit of confidence, however. It's a 6-iron on the 11th for Kim Se-Romi, still just one shot back. Well, it catches the green. It doesn't stay on for very long, however. Slopes down to the front. That is a very, very difficult spin placement in this second round. Just 6 yards off the very front of the green and 5 from its left side. Cannot imagine how much more perilous it could get than that, especially if there was a significant portion of wind, which we do still have in the forecast for Sunday. Well, despite a bit of an obscure way of getting through this par 5, the leader avoids a bogey. There were 3 shots from the rough, 2 putts, and it is a 5. Back Sung-hyun inside of a 1 meter radius, excuse me, around the hole, but just short. Hangs it up on the first putt. That looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Rolling in over the mountains, the dark clouds that scream there might be some rain coming in the next little while. And with it, the wind as well. Looking at the forecast, there's still not supposed to be a ton of precipitation, but especially in the mountains, the eye test is usually as reliable as a forecast can be. Wind right now 3.5 meters per second, still a very comfortable 18 degrees. We will see how long that stays of this 18-hole facility in Yeoju-si. Young, she has her par to stay at even. ENG also at even, and needs a 15.6 meter uphill putt for birdie at 18 to get any closer to the top of the leaderboard. She is at the mercy of the golf gods now. What an attempt that is. Needed 15.6. She sends that 15.7, just beyond. You can't win a tournament in round two. You can definitely lose one. Peng Minji has done plenty to keep herself in the top 10. 4 birdies altogether. 3 bogeys all in. It is a 71 after her 73 yesterday, and right back to even footing, looking ahead to moving day now. Suji from right to left and will just squeak through the fringe. Probably wish that she didn't, however, with how much room there still is to make up. She probably would have been better off being able to chip that from the fringe. Speaking of the short game, Kim Se-romi needs a fair bit of loft here at 11, 12 meters back. Needing to go back up the hill. A lot more carry than that, and it's going to head closer to her. That was about 60% of what she needed in a best case scenario. $15 and deep in the rough, 172 meters between the fairway and the cart path. Punched through and does not escape the rough just before the green. Kim Se-romi now needs this 5.5 meters still uphill to stay in sole possession of second. This time it's too much pace. Very unforgiving par 3 11th it's proving to be. Jin Sun quietly going about her business. Even par after the opening 18. Four to play, 3 back, and with that outcome, birdie's probably not in the cards at 14, excuse me. Kim Se-romi, downhill putt, and she stood up right away as she knew. Some words of commiseration from her caddy. She's still probably the same yardage away. It's the great irony. The first shot from the fringe, you want it long, but you don't want to really have to deal with anything downhill, especially on the degree of slope that was. You really lose control. It's a lot more unforgiving downhill than it is uphill. Drop Kim Se-romi from second into a tie for third and promote Bae So-yeon. See if it's less eventful for Baek Sang-hyun on her final par 3 of the day. Zooming in is usually a good sign. Until it does that. Shaped in a merciless parabola all the way to the back right, and that will make birdie a gargantuan challenge. Kim Sarami needs to see this sink, and then she will sprint off this 11th, you'd have to imagine. A rattling of the cup as she double bogeys. And from putting the pressure on the leader to being 3 back in just a 15-minute window. That's despite, excuse me, the fact that she avoided the water on 11. So yeah, nicely lofted up, thinking about an eagle. So she had some company for a moment. She is going to basically fully swap out with Kim Se-Romi, move up to 4 under. Should stay put there for the leader. Just no sway whatsoever. Perfectly over the ball, and lovely harmony of power and grace. This is nearly a 30-meter putt for birdie for Kim Soo-ji. Don't know that she realistically could have expected or hoped for much more than that from a long way away. Putt, had it been on 18, would have almost brought her from the right side all the way to the left, the full width of the green. That's how long of an effort it was. You win as often as Kim Soo-ji has done. You make a move on the LFASI's points leaderboard. Up 2 more spots into second, still trailing Yuhei Ran by 1,200 points. However, the form she's on, the upward trajectory up that table, I think if anyone would have a chance to try and close that gap, it would be she. Kim Soo-ji, the runner-up in the points and moneyless at the moment, as well as the LFASI's point standings. Over to 13 with Pacquiao. Not in the sand, but you can tell she's not in that perfect flow state. The body language paints a pretty gloomy picture. It's not as bad as of an end result as I think she feared when she made contact with the ball, but the ominous looking clouds rolling in over the course unfortunately match how the past hole or two has gone for Pacquiao. It is a 2-stroke advantage now for Chung Yoon-ji. The expected cut, the projected cut at +9, and 12 players, even par or lower. Here in the second round of the 22nd HITE JINRO Championship. We'll be back to an increasingly dark and overcast Blue Heron right after this. Kim Soo-ji somehow is able to save a par. With a very long first putt, she makes it 4 par saves in a row. Kim Se-romi looking for a much better start to this 12th hole. She's a bit indecisive as she watches that sail through the air, and that is making a beeline towards the trees.
계속 굴러가지 않나? 그러게.
Both flags from the spotter waved, and we might see her hit a provisional in a moment. This is Hun Jin Sun putting from the fringe, moving away to the right.
예, 나이스.
2-putt par on 14 and still 2 under. And the lead increases. Fourth birdie of the day, now 6 under. Well and truly clear, starting to put some serious space between she and the rest of the field. The advantage is now 3. It's a downward spiral, excuse me. 4 over for the day. Still keeping the spirits up high. It could have been a whole lot worse if it was even 3 yards further to the right. So that is sliced off the tee, so she settled with just a layup into the fairway. Back across the width of the green, and the reaction from the crowd gathered around the green says it all. Looking for some birdies, just as Pak Sang-hyun is. She's been at a premium this week for anyone not named Chung Yoon-ji. Finish about pin high. It's a brilliant approach shot. And we are seeing the umbrellas come out. Well, that will cause a roar from the gallery at 16. As a massive exhale of relief. Not many have been able to keep pace with Chung Yoon-ji. Perhaps the only way of cooling her off is with the skies opening up, which seems imminent. Getting darker and darker by the minute, and the lead atop the leaderboard is increasing by the minute as well. Chung Yoon-ji at 6 under and 3 clear of the rest of the field here at this final major championship of the season. Back after this. That's a great effort. Nice way to come back from the commercial break with a big birdie. And boy, did she need that. 6 bogeys through 10. Finally, the first birdie of the day. You can almost see the weight lifted off the shoulders of Pei Su-yeon. Nothing else, a bit cooler temps and a bit of water from the sky will soften up the greens. Yuhei Ran takes advantage with a dart of an approach. Kimse Romi, a double bogey. And now a bogey here. 3 drop shots in the last 2 holes. At one point, not too long ago, she was only 1 off the pace. And now through 11, she finds herself trailing by 4. How quickly things can change. Tip of the gap for Pak Jiyoung. Just her second birdie of the day, back up to even. A round of 70 yesterday. Sheen sun up, but shallow. A roar of approval. Takes a good divot, and with it, a lot of the speed. That is incredibly close. Pak Young. We've been waiting to see her have some meaningful and consistent shot making like that. +5 today, but perhaps a birdie will let her exhale and just enjoy herself a little bit more, but she is well off the pace. Would just be her second of the day. She birdied the 9th. Pak Sang-hyun in the middle of the fairway. Straight look at the flag. Best case scenario, a little bit more central on that green, but she lands and does not move much from her point of impact. Now the leader once again from the rough, but some difficulties and some inconsistencies with driver have not prevented her from really building a comfortable cushion on this leaderboard. She's on pace for another round of 69. Still lots of golf to be played. Well, with the tree right in her path to the green, she is able to escape that predicament with the water, tall grass, and sand all waiting for a mistake. Approach to a good spot on the green, to a great spot for Yuhei Ran. It's completely perplexing, that miss. That is the longest 4-meter walk around She wonders what went wrong. And the time on the green is short-lived as it rolls all the way back to the fringe. Outside look for birdie, but it would take her at long last back under par. 7.2 meters from the right side of the green towards the middle. Here comes that break. She's got it. To a rapturous ovation. 2 birdies in the final 4 holes. And under par at long last, once again. Down and coming to an abrupt halt fairly quick for Kim Se-Romi, who needs and wants nothing more than a birdie to end the drought. Pin seeking left and right this group, aren't they? Pak Ji-young with a great approach as well. But too much runway for Chung Yoon-ji that time, and we'll take a second swing of the putter. Brings the rest of the field back in play. Finally a bogey when she seemed unflappable for the longest time. Just her second of the day. She is still 2 under. Wow. Yoon-ji has just 2 bogeys on the day. Pak Young has just her second birdie. All the way down at +5 in a tie for 34th position. Shin Sun cooling off a little bit, but staying in the hunt. Just a short par to keep her at 2 under. Level with Pak Ji-young and Kim Soo-ji. Back to 18, Im Hee-jung. Still just on the outside of the top 10 at 1 over. 73 yesterday and a 72 today. Bogeys at 2 and 14. Couple of pars on the front 9 on the way to an even par round. She's been smiling through the disappointment the past half an hour, but another disappointing trip to the green has unfortunately wiped it completely off of her face. You can see the raindrops on the pond now. So-yeon 2 back of Chung Yun-ji now, who finally bogeys. It is So-yeon who has the lowest round in progress of anyone on the front page of the leaderboard, on pace for a 69. We saw that club retired from her bag for the most part yesterday. She is an incredibly long hitter when she has the accuracy down. That is absolutely launched. A narrow fairway means it won't be in regulation. That's not that concerning of a lie, as she finds herself level with Kim Se-rami at 1 under and 4 back, and just a few holes remaining to try and take a couple more steps up this leaderboard. Round 2 on this Friday in Yeoju-shi, excuse me, here at the 22nd HITE JINRO Championship. Well, as we enter the 4 p.m. hour, let's update you on the forecast. Yes, there is rain. Temperature 17 degrees, humidity 55%, and the wind 2.6 meters per second. It looks like, and of course that can always change, the bulk of the nasty weather is going to miss the course. But it has definitely dampened things a little bit as we look at what is up for grabs in terms of silverware this week, and the monetary values to accompany it. 1.2 billion won is the combined purse, 216 million for the winner, 132 for the runner-up, and 96 million won designated for P3. These are the groups for the day. Kim Ji-soo Pacquiao, they had began at 2:40 a.m. local time. Lee So-young, Lee Ji-hyun 3, and Yoo Hae-ran, they teed off at 10:50, 5 hours and 8 minutes ago to be precise. Then we start to get into the challengers, at least how it appeared at the end of the day yesterday. Kim Se-ro-mi amongst those, Chung Yoon-ji, Song Ga-eun, and Chung Sul-gi. 5 shots now separates the leader from her group mates, who were both at even par. Tee shot down the hill and into the fairway. Finally broke that stretch of birdies as we take a look back at some big and decisive moments earlier in the round. Brilliant bit of play from Kim Se-ro-mi off the green. At that point, she was 2 under, having gone out with a 34. This was on 15, 174 meters from the fairway for Lee Ga-young. No eagles in the tournament prior to this. Lands on the right side of the green and rolls perfectly on line. Off the flag and in for a marvelous bit of long game play. More good shot making on 14. A very loud and large contingent of Pak Sang-hyun supporters are waiting patiently to see the birdies begin to fall. It would finally come with the birdie on 14. She wouldn't be done there. A few holes later, she'd have another to get under par. In the meantime, we'll go to 11. Chung Yoon-ji, who has been putting so incredibly well. There is a level she attains when she is in this headspace where the putter is her best club, despite the driver not always agreeing with her. And then the aforementioned teased birdie, 7.2 meters on a swooping path to the bottom of the hole. It took 14 holes to find a birdie in round 2. It took just 2 from there to find another, and this is how things stand at the minute. Chung Yoon-ji, a 2-shot lead over Pae So-yeon, who was 3 under through 16. Only 10 players, even par or lower. No doubt, another challenging course. Tournament officials and the ground crews, excuse me, at every major championship, especially in 2022, have made a notable and decisive decision to keep the course challenging. Kim Se-ro-mi, a birdie at long last. Back to 2 under she goes, looking to try and make up for some of the mistakes in the middle of the back 9 on the way in. over to 17. So Yun finds herself in the sand trap. Well, she's able to get out of the bunker. She'll roll back all the way to the front. Bit too deep on that approach. It's the correct side of the green, but a little bit longer. It's a very good look at just how you can balance picturesque and challenging all in one hole. Bak Sung-yeon getting up towards the green. Let's take a look at the leaders of the primary statistical categories. EA1, the leading rookie, 2,317 points. Just a remarkable season that young woman has put together. 533 points clear of Ko Chi-yu. Bang Min-ji leading the money, as we've seen from her on a consistent basis the past two seasons. 125 million between she and Kim Soo-ji on 1,048,589,714 won. Yuhei ran with a 36-point lead over Kim Soo-ji. That gap starting to narrow. It is the closest of all the races. Well, on the green, but plenty still to do. Pak Jeong next to play. Much closer. Nicely executed. Just went through the various standings. Pak Jeong fourth in the points on 460, fifth in the money, 672 million won. She has had an incredible 2022 season. Kim Soo-ji winning the events with a lot of points and big purses attached to them, back to back now. Trying to defend her title. That trophy we saw 5 minutes ago, she lifted it when all was said and done in 2021. She's very much still in the hunt here this week. It took a playoff for Kim Soo-ji last week to defeat Kim Jung-mi. Consecutive rounds of 68 in the in the 3-round event. Chung Yoon-ji, who continues to stay wire to wire, was getting a little lonely at the top for a minute. Putter's cooled off a little bit, but she's leaving herself with many simple birdie opportunities.
오, 붙었다.
Comes back online, but not until it was a yard or two beyond the hole. And now a par save. Otherwise, the lead is down to 1. Not going to trouble her from such close proximity. 5 holes remain in the second round for the leader. That's a great bit of play from off the green. Narrowly missing a big pickup. Would have been her first birdie of the day. 3-over score that she currently maintains. It's a tie for 21st position. Only 71% greens in regulation today. Over the rocks, over the rough, and over the water on 18. Gets on, but that will be short-lived. Now, is that going to roll all the way further down the hill? No, there's enough of a barrier, not quite enough speed, luckily for Park Sang-hyun. Calm, cool, and collected as she hands off her driver. And she's on 8.7 meters as she looks to get up to 3 under. Snake bitten by that putter. Short change from the fringe on 18. Tap in to secure the par on 16 for Hanshin Sun. Par save to finish the day. She's got it. She'll stay under par through 36 of the 72 holes of this event. Her birdies at 14 and 17, one bogey on the front nine. Can't count her out with the wealth of experience she brings.
가자.
Kicks right back online. Not too much speed either. Enough of it to head towards the back quarter on the par 3. Sung-Yi, she's +7, teeing off on 16, and oof, splash. That's not how she imagined the day going. She was even by the end of Thursday. She will pick up at least one penalty, and all of a sudden that cut of +9 projected is looming large. It's overhit from Park Ji-young. Sailing it beyond her target. We'll be downhill. The way the day has gone for Kim Se-romi. She cannot afford to drop any more strokes. A little bit of break, but doesn't want to be burned by another downhill putt. Nerves of steel that time. Too often on this Friday, she's seen that go in a different direction. And Park Ji-young also saving a par on 14. Kim Soo-ji on the last, 73 meters from the fringe, trying to reach the green. Middle right is the placement of the pin today. It's not a bad effort. Finally comes to a stop. the drop zone is not where you want to find yourself on the par 3. See how you need to get up and over that lip in the middle of the green. That's more like it. Needs to hit the brakes though. That will be for bogey. A double takes her perilously close to missing out on the fun this weekend. More approach shots on 18. So Yan the next to play. Carries a bit more speed, and that backspin sets her up very well. Hanshin Sun. That one under hit on 17. This is not unfamiliar territory for Chung Yoon Ji from the rough. Nor will this be unfamiliar for the leader. Playing from the fringe, giving her the option. Pitching wedge or putter, likely the former. 5 holes remaining in her round with a 2-shot edge. That might narrow slightly as Pei Soyeon finishes her round. After that, there aren't many people closing in. Of course, that makes sense with the schedule. Being in the featured group will give you that luxury of knowing what you have to do. But she is in a very good way at the moment, continuing to lead this final major championship of the season. Welcome back to Blue Heron. This is Kim Se-Rami getting ready for her tee shot at 15. She birdied here yesterday. Could definitely benefit from 1 or 2 down the stretch here. Jiang is next. 73% her fairways in regulation clip. That will work out swimmingly. Skirting the edge and landing in a very promising position as she looks for her next. I believe this is the first handicapped hole on tour. Of course, that doesn't matter for these pros, but it is interesting tidbit for those watching from home, wondering what it might be like to play here at Blue Heron. That will be a rather long putt for birdie on the wrong side of the green. It's just not been a comfortable day for Pacquiao today. We go back to 14. Little bump and run. Well, it's on line. Just needed a bit more speed, and she might have just had it there. That is what will remain for a par. Kim Soo-ji trying to end the day 2 back, at least for the time being. It's a 5.6 meter putt for birdie on 18. Needs to be to the outside to start. Need to give herself more room to the right of the hole. Contrast her round in progress to where she was by the end of round number 2 last year. 4 under in the first, 3 under in the second for a -7. Was the third round where she really made her move with a 67. These uncomfortable, unorthodox lies when you are in a perilous position like this, how quickly that shoots over to the left side. Before this putt is made, the swing is 2. Figurative swing is 2. That's tiptoeing its way there and does have just enough. It's a 68 on this Friday. 4 birdies on the back 9, as well as 1 at 5, a bogey at 12. As she heads to the clubhouse, she is just 1 back. Sole possession of second and 2 strokes clear of Kim Soo-ji, Han Chin-sun, Park Ji-young, and Kim Se-Rami. To 16, Kim Jae-hee can move from a tie for 10th to a tie for 8th, back to even. She had the line nearly very firmly struck, and it does nearly full revolution around the hole and just stays out. Well, the lead is just one, unless this putt is pushed or pulled. That's another one that's very firmly hit, and it is a bogey. Just made it far too difficult for herself, keeping it short. The downhill putt comes back and rears its ugly head. Her third bogey of the day, second in the last 3 holes, and the outright lead has vanished. 91.4% one putt conversion success rate for Kim Soo-ji. Trying to add another here and does so. Out with the 36, in with the 34. 2 under today after being even yesterday. Very much in contention with the spread just 2. Over to 17. Han-Chin Sun also at 2 under. But needs this par to drop, otherwise she drops. And that is the end result. So the deficit doesn't change, though the scores for both she and Jung Yoon-ji do. Well, the blanket of clouds, for the most part, gone over and into the distance. Looks like we will stay dry all the way in. And there's a much different tone and a much different disparity on this leaderboard. Pei So-hyun has 68 in round 2, 4 under. The best round of the day, and it's not particularly close. Finds herself in a share of the lead with Jung Yoon-ji at 4 under par. Four holes to go for the remaining few groups, or less, of course, but 4 holes the case for Kim Se-romi. In the rough, a little bit extra, something else that the rainy conditions will do will make those rough and longer cuts of grass play slower. Kim Se-romi does not try and overcomplicate it. She lays up back in the fairway. Same won't be said for Bak Ji-young, who's going to go for it. 157 meters with 6 iron in hand. Just enough to roll through the rough and onto the fringe. Have the chance to grab a wedge and go for it, but she could have used a bit more club there, undoubtedly. We'll join Yoo-Hae Ran on the tee at 16. Average score of 2.885 on par 3s. The best. It seems more like a 3 than a 2, doesn't it? A long way to go. And again, we've seen a lot of those reactions from Yoo-Hae Ran in what has been a frustrating week. 1 of 6 players in a tie for 15th at 2 over. She's 3 over for the day. It's identical Rounds 1 and 2 in progress with her group mate, So Young. Now Kim Se-romi pitching this up. Landing it in a good spot. The backspin will keep it there. Only 4 birdies here, and of course the remarkable eagle we saw earlier in the day. Sugi hanging around to share the lead after 18. She's down to even. Her drive down the hill. Safely and comfortably in the fairway. Jacket comes back on. It is cooled down 4 or 5 degrees since we began the broadcast some 2.5 hours ago. Sungyeon. Expected to see her a little further up the leaderboard at this point in the day. This is 69 as well for her by the end of round 1, but she has bogeys at 3, 4, 6, 12, and 13 today. Her only bird was at the 7th. Everyone down and away. Walk down the path commences. Inching ever closer. A lot of ground to make up. Park Ji-young there. About a 6-footer for par next. Pacquiao, the left side of this green on 16. On the knoll, and that is making a beeline for the outside of the hole. Good weight control, comes back online. Might have been perfect with just a little less pace. Now the sun really poking through, illuminating. Another missed opportunity. Kim Se-Romi, a bogey to take her to 1 under. Yo-yo style day, up and down, but unfortunately more downs than up today. Just enough of the inside. Sometimes you need a break, and that is now 5 consecutive pars for Pacquiao. She's stabilized this tumultuous day. Young also coming up empty-handed here. Her 3rd bogey of the day, and she too descends to 1 under. The drive did not go according to plan. Buried in the rough is where we find Sung Gaun. Elects not to play hybrid, knowing she needs a bit of distance. That would be if she wanted to get really ambitious and try and clear that final bit of rough. She does return to the fairway. Through the motions, keeping loose as well. It was not a kind landing point for the previous group to come through here on 15. Rolls well within birdie range. It's a great approach. Jung Soo Gi. The penultimate tee shot. Pacquiao for a big blast with that driver. Final par 4 of her day. Glances that off the hill and lands in a great spot on the fairway. Yuhei ran for a birdie, but that picks up all kinds of speed in the last moment and descending towards the back left of the green. Can't ask for much more than that, can you? The hit, the roll, and the stick. That is just about an automatic birdie. The bar is set pretty high on 18. Supporters in behind just asked to politely step to the side to not throw any shade down at Hanshin Sun. 80 meters to go. Needs to get up 5 while also balancing the little bit extra power needed from the rough. Not quite as immaculate as her group mate, but she should feel like she could make a birdie there. So down out of the rough, a 65-meter approach, trying to set up a short par after missing from the tee. That definitely won't be classified as a short par. Still rolling towards the fountain in the background. Will stay put there. Needs a conversion to avoid dropping to +5 for the day. Back to 16. He's so young for birdie. Currently in a tie for 15th. This would take her level with 5 players at +1. Starts it well to the inside. Starting back, this might go. She really had to work for her first birdie of the day. That's an incredible putt. Well, that is a big time make. It was an outside chance, to put it mildly. Recaptures the outright lead at the end of 15 and is right to celebrate this one. Any deviation to the left and that probably would finish about 4 meters beyond the hole, but she's got it with her pinpoint accuracy. So she's back on top. 1 stroke clear of Bae So-yeon. Kim Soo-ji all alone with a 70 today after her even par round yesterday at 2 under. Park Sang-yeon, Han Sun, Park Ji-young, Kim Se-ro-mi tied for 4th at 1 under. And then a handful of players trying to break into the even par score. Only 2 currently hold it. That's Chung Soo-gi and Bang Min-ji. Starting into a lovely late afternoon and early evening here in Yeoju-shi. We'll take a break and return to Blue Heron in just a few moments. Such fine margins, nearly there for Hanshin Sun, but it stopped short. A two-putt finish, 218 for a par, a round of 71. She is 1 under and very much in the hunt, but she would have definitely appreciated being at least sharing the podium as she exited the course. So we go back to 15. It's pulled to the inside. That is an opportunity gone by the wayside. Would have been finally back to under par. But she too will have a 2-putt finish, this time on 15. Still with the letter E beside her name. Just a remarkable approach shot on 18. And unfortunately, Park Jae-eun cannot take advantage of it. The kind of miss that will haunt her, no doubt. Would have been back-to-back birdies to finish. A quad on 9, a double on 8. That is where the round came unglued for her on the day. We go to 16. This teeing ground starting to get really beat up, seeing the players go further and further back. As the divots accumulate. Kim Se-romi to the back right and all the way onto the fringe. It would take something quite drastic this weekend to find as many low scores this weekend as we saw by the end of the tournament last year. We had 31 players even or lower, 28 of them under par. At the moment, we only have 7 under par, and that might change if Park Ji-young or Kim Se-romi have a bogey on the way in. It is 6-iron. Today back left. That is back left, but it is too much. It's back right, rather. Also rolling towards the fringe, side by side with her groupmate. And that takes the probability of birdie, at least, off the table. Bit of a shallow approach. And this is before things really went in the opposite direction for Kim Se-romi. Dialed in, trying to read the green. The leader leading the way. Patiently waiting was Park Sun-hyun for her time to putt, but also for her birdie that would finally come late in the back 9. You can see she is a very popular competitor this week. It's been a while since we've seen her out on tour, and with a difficult season in progress for the former world number 2, trip back to the homeland might just be the ticket to hit the reset button and rediscover the joy in the game. long way back towards the left side of this green, shortchanged. Gill from the opposite side of the green for a long-awaited birdie. The weight was there, the line not quite. Second attempt from the right side at the rear of the 16th green. It's improbable, but a birdie would take her to 2 under. Much better power. The line, though, lets her down a little bit. As we wait for the next putts on the par 4. This is a more detailed view of the stats leaders. Yuhei Ran, Kim Soo-ji, Peng Min-ji, Park Ji-young, and Shi-Han Sol, the top 5 on the points list, with only 145 points separating first through fifth. The money list, I already told you, it's over $1 billion now for Peng Min-ji on the season. Kim Soo-ji, 126 nearly million back for second. Yuhei Ran, 729 million. EA1, the rookie, up into fourth. That shows you what kind of form she's been on, not just this season, but the past few weeks. The rookie points, EA1, 533 clear of Ko Chiu. Matt Desholm, who withdrew at the end of round 1 from this event, in third. Kwon So-yeon is in fourth. And Uni Na, after big time no in one of the events around the midway mark of the season, has not been in any competitions for the past month or two. Still in fifth. That's how good of a start she had. Mistake she'll never make again, that's for certain. This looks all right. That'll do just fine to salvage a par. Remarkable when you see some scorecards can just be pars all the way through. Get your 72 and just consistent tee shot approach, 2-putt, tee shot approach, 2-putt. That is not how the day has gone for Kim Se-romi, and if she has a birdie on one of the final 3 holes, she'll be even despite a sea of birdies and bogeys. really taking her time. She knows the importance of this par save. She lets the opportunity slip through her fingers. Way too firmly hit. And was forced to just sit and watch in a bit of agony as she knows she's going back to even. Not a bad approach on 18. Backspin certainly lending a helping hand. She can't make the same mistake twice, that's for certain. This time she holes out. On pace for a 74. Just 3 holes to go as we enter hour 4 of our coverage here. Round 2 of the 22nd HITE JINRO Championship. Of course, celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, opened back in 1992. G on 16, not up the hill towards the back. Sugi the next. Also 6-iron.
Oh.
Sounds decent contact. Does it have enough to get up? No, she's also shallow.
마이크 저긴데?
여기 괜찮아.
안 좋을 것 같아. 별이 조금.
별이가
요건 어떻게 아니 좀 짧은데.
정리가 없네.
한 파워 정도만 보면 괜찮을 것 같아.
네.
Three holes remain for Sunghoon to try and get back to even. Start on the right foot here. And just as I say that, we watch as that ball makes a beeline for the water. Glance down and no wave at the flag. That's not a good sign. It's wet. Something of a fall from grace today, unfortunately, for Sunggaon. Watching it again, we'll slow it right down. That is the wrong side of the wall around the pond. Would have been quite interesting had she landed at the top of it. Who knows where that would have ended up. It's a carom off a tree and back into the fairway. It's called the lifeline, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, all you can do is smile after that one. Pacquiao, bit of luck. I think she's earned it at this point in the day. This just misses to the outside of the hole. Back to 17, Kim Se-Rami will be the first to tee off. That makes a beeline for the rough and the hillside. One does settle in the fairway. John looking for a bounce back hole here. Was an opportunity to get closer to even for Kim Se-hee. She needs this to preserve a par. And she's there. Out with the 36, but bogeys on 12 and 17 to drop her the other side of even. Well, I take it back. It's not wet, it's playable. And somehow she might get a par out of this. Thought it was a little bit suspect when we didn't see water splashing behind the wall, but would love to have been able to get a reverse angle at that. Can't imagine that was the easiest of setups, but she recovers quite well. After her lucky bounce off the tree trunk, she finds the 18th green. Not able to carry much further on it, however. Bit of a delay to get this group going on 16. Chung Soo Gi is ready. Now the ball will pick up its speed as it carries on down. It's a great putt from a long way away. Puts herself in nearly certain par territory. Bit of an awkward lie on the hillside. Ready to go is Kim Se-Rami. That ball's about 2 feet above her feet. Makes good contact with it, but is again forced to lay up. Back to 18. Setup shot, 77 meters out. Chung Hee-won. That's how it's done. She can extend her lead, but she needs this 14.6 meter up and downhill putt to fall. The odds are stacked against her, but this putter is known for its magic. Doesn't miss by much. 8 iron for Park Ji-young, 126 meters from the right side of the fairway. Gets up nearly pin high. So I have to think there's a reasonable look at a par there. And Sunggaon, no. Should probably breathe a sigh of relief after watching and seeing that the ball was in fact not in the pond, but she was not able to capitalize on that second chance to avoid dropping a stroke. And if there was a moment to symbolize the day, unfortunately for Park Ji-young, it might just be that. She was 1 under when she teed off this morning, but she cards a birdieless +4 in round number 2, bogeys at 1, 9, 10, and 11. She was able to stabilize on the way in, but she has dropped 15 positions down into a tie for 21st. He won 81st in the money list this season, 84 million earned so far in 2022. It's a downhill putt that will have some serious left to right to it. Didn't start that to the inside enough. So it is a tap in. In with a 40. Double bogey 10, a couple other bogeys on the way, and down in a tie for 26, she too. Tough day at the office, down 20 spots to T26. Same can absolutely not be said for Chung Yoon-ji. Par 4 and a par 5, all that remains for the leader. Her advantage remains at just 1 stroke. Well manicured fairways, the lines leading you all the way down to the green, and that's much better. When she's found the fairway in this tournament, 5 birdies, 11 pars, no bogeys. It is when she sends the drives into the rough that the score gets a little bit higher. She hasn't driven the ball particularly well this event. 6 missed fairways yesterday. Similar numbers today, but she laces that on 17. Parred both the 17th and 18th yesterday. As we go to 18, Yoo-hae Ran. One last chance to set up a birdie, 112 meters as she goes up over the water. Narrowly avoids the rough and that downslope into treacherous territory. Reaches the green in regulation. And now Park Ji-young on the 17th green. Quietly plodding along. Let's move her into a tie for 4th at 1 under. 5.6 meters up the hill, this too, left to right. Oh, glances but stays out, drops to her knees in disbelief. The most frustrating of pars. That close. One final tee shot here on 17 for Jung-Soo Gi, and this featured group is away. Down out of the rough, and good to see a smile after that. Not much ground to make up. And the applause. +1, 73. Was nearly able to get back to even with a day that saw a whole lot of volatility up and down. Kim Se-Romi, but she is able to finish still in a tie for 4th. This is the scorecard again if you're joining us late. Opened the round with a par. Bogeyed the 2nd, birdied the 3rd, parred the 4th, birdied the 5th, bogeyed the 6th, birdied the 7th, parred the 8th, birdied the 9th. And that is as up and down as it gets, and it continued early in the back 9 for Kim Se-Romi. A double bogey after finding the water at 11, bogey 12, birdie 13, par, bogey, par, par, par. That final stretch 16 through 18. The only time things leveled out. It's a good way to illustrate just how downhill it is when the ball descends into the horizon. It finds the fairway. To 18, E.G. Hyun 3. That stayed fully straight. Didn't move until it was nearly level with the pin. Approach for Sungyeon. High lofted iron shot. Where will it sit on the green in a nearly perfect position? It's about a meter away from a birdie, one she very desperately needs. On pace for a +6. She's only had one birdie today, and that was at the 7th. Tale of 2 rounds, thinking back to yesterday. Jung Yoon-ji would take identical results, but it's a bit more shallow and not fully up that little rise. From just in the rough, Changsugi has struggled with the approaches today. Watching it on the way up. Lands on the front third and does not roll much further forward. Back to the 18th tee. She's down from the teeing ground for the final time. My favorite shot of the tournament. Jib camera from the little waterfall. Gorgeous around for the green. Don't often get to see it from the camera position behind the putting surface. And so Young, well, it was going to be left even if it had a bit more speed on it. She birdied the second hole. Since then, no more. And 4 bogeys after her round of 71 yesterday, when she methodically worked her way through the course. Finished on a high, trying to do the same here today to move herself into a top 10 position at the end of round number 2. It is uphill, starts its move to the left, but it's over hit. More putts to come in a moment. In the meantime, the setup shots. Kim Se-Rami, 262 from the left side of the fairway. Low lofted, high speed line drive from the left side to the right side and staying in regulation all along. Ji-hyun 3. She has her finish. A downhill effort. 4 bogeys on the back 9, a double at the 9th. And a birdie at number 4. That was the journey of her day after opening the tournament with a 71. She posts a 77 today. Still a long margin away. Looks like she's sliced this. Hooked it rather up onto the cart path. That might even be in behind the scoreboard. It was for a moment. Rolls down the hill, and that's probably for the best. Did not make good contact with that hybrid whatsoever. Iran finishes with her par. 4 in a row. 75 though today. Frustrating one, no doubt. And the tap-in finish. Out with the 37, bogey at the first, 3 bogeys, 1 birdie on the back nine for a 38. Make their way over the bridge and up to the clubhouse. Midway marks of their tournaments. Well, it's an outside look at 17 for a birdie. Nearly had it too. Breaks away to the inside at the last moment to keep her at even. It's a 3-way tie for 7th at the moment. Still just 1 birdie for her as well today. In the middle of a run that saw 2 bogeys and 4 holes and a double. Well, it came down the hill, but it settled under the scaffolding. So the caddy crawls in, picks up the ball. Back on the good side of the yellow cordon. And she'll be able to take her drop. Can't remember the last time I saw it go inside of the camera stand. That just illustrates how offline that was, hooking it towards the cart path. Back to 18 in a moment, but first, our leader on 17. A look at a birdie. Didn't move until it was already past the hole, so she won't be able to add to her advantage on the final par 4 of the round. Out comes the flag so she can tap in. No, she's missed it. Maybe she should have kept the flag in after all. She waited so it could be removed. And just, in a shocking way, misses a tap-in. It'll be her 4th bogey of the day all of a sudden. Yeah, she can hardly believe it. I can hardly believe it either. So she'll be level heading to the last hole. And that, ladies and gentlemen, back on 18 is why there is a spray-painted circle beside all of those scaffolding setups that show either a camera stand or a digital leaderboard. She's played her drop. It is a relatively level section of rough. Picks the iron that she wants. No margin for error here. So the wedge that she wants is a 92-meter approach shot. Watches it travel through the sky, Gets up and will roll, settling in that valley. But has to have this first putt, otherwise it'll be her third bogey in 4 holes. Slight uphill putt for Sunggun, and at long last, she sees a birdie again. Bumps her back up to +5, but it is the highest score of anyone inside the top 30 today. How well she played yesterday. If she birdies the last, goes back to back, which she obviously has not done today, it would vault her into a tie for 10th despite a 76. Surely not. Surely not. Another. What in the world has gone on? These are 4-footers. We've seen some warning signs today, 3 bogeys throughout the day, but nothing quite like this. A miserable, and I mean miserable 17th. 3 putts that she could typically make in her sleep. She double bogeys this par 4 and is now chasing Bae So-yeon heading to the 18th tee. I can hardly believe what we just saw. While we try to process that, we'll go to 18, Kim Se-romi, the approach, 77 meters. She's not looking at it. That's not a good sign. It's not as bad as perhaps she might have feared. And since we're here, let's take a look at this final hole. It is a relatively long par 5, 479 meters. The trees with almost a guard of honor all the way down. The first of the water features on the right side. About 400 yards through this hole. And the closer you get to the green, well, the more interesting the landscaping and the difficulty gets. You have 2 bunkers on the back left. Really should not be in play today, especially. And that rocky creek just before the green. Only 7 birdies here all day, 68 pars, 15 bogeys, 5 double bogeys, and 3 worse triples and quads combined. Down after her birdie, first to tee off, and she had birdied here yesterday. Worth remembering. Can't find the fairway though with driver. See the sun shining through the tree line. Using just about every available centimeter to the left side of the teeing ground. Trying to shape that, and she does so well. Playing the cut into the fairway. It's a straight line when you line it so far to the left. It is a long birdie, and a birdie look nevertheless, 5.2 meters and uphill. Move into a tie for fourth position, but fades away to the outside. As we were just reminded by our then leader, this sport is hard, and that putt is by no means a guarantee. Also trying to play the cut. Needing to put that double bogey out of her mind. Someone who has putt well and struggled with driver at times. It is the reverse at the moment, as that is a brilliant tee shot. Go half a kilometer further down and back to the 18th green. Three groups remain. We went through the round. The end of the last hole for Kimse Romi. Again, this birdie, and despite everything, including 4 bogeys and a double bogey, she can still finish even, and she would start the day only 2 back of the lead. Slow to start, picking up speed as it goes further and further downhill, but it is under hits after all. .251. Second shot for Sunggaeun. Is that a little bit fat? You could hear it. Too much contact with the grass before the ball, and she goes from the rough to the rough. So now this for par. Should be uneventful, should be a 73, and it is. .143 strokes at the midway mark of the tournament. Chung Soo-gi looking for her first birdie since the 7th hole of the day. Was also a par 5. That might be a good omen. Gets a little bit of a friendly bounce, as that was starting to feel like it might be waterbound. Now the hybrid, 241 from the fairway. Is shaped left, keeping the water completely out of play, but settles on that final ribbon of the fairway. Well, no dramatic birdie to finish the round. 4 bogeys, 2 birdies today, a 74 and perfectly even. Alongside Chung Soo-gi and Hung Min-ji tied for 7th as she exits the course. And that leaves just 3 golfers out at Blue Heron as the sun sinks lower and lower in the sky, nearly 6 p.m. It's been a long day. One last glance. The shape of the green, the obstacles in front, getting that final yardage. She's in between clubs. Team decision to swap it out. Maybe go for a little bit more, especially considering she's playing from the thick cut of rough. Just outside of 100 meters, 101. And 6 meters beneath the hole. She might have got in her head a little bit. Far too much club and all the way back it into the rough. Glancing down, thinking, what did we overthink here? No doubt it's misaligned too. Those hips a bit more to the right. Trying to set up a birdie to make up for a disaster at 17. That will help. But now, from a yardage outside of where she struggled at 17, she needs to put those bad memories in the rearview mirror, focus and get the job done. Chung Soo-gi, final approach. All of that. So able to go 405 yards combined in the first 2 shots. It's a great drive. And then a good fairway wood to have her very, very close. This will be a high lofted wedge. I've seen many carry over the flag. There's a ton of spin available here. And if she were to have had the backspin, she would have felt nearly certain it would be birdie. She's up, she's on. And the code is on as well. You can see the sun setting very low in the sky, just coming through the trees. It's a gorgeous shot as we watch the featured group make their way over the bridge and onto the green. Quite serene, hearing sound of the water. Divots repaired, yardages paced out.
높은 각도 또 굴릴까? 처음부터 그냥 굴려도 되고.
오빠 라인 했나?
너무 이쪽으로 보면 여기가 떠서 그냥 처음에 여기 떠서 굴러가게 해줘.
라인 어디에요? 네.
Well, the plan of attack is made. Sunggaon lifting it up. This might start back to the right. What a bit of short game play that was. Quite some distance to make up. Pressure's on now. One swing can go from T7 to tied for fourth and within 3. It's 5.4 meters. Far from a simple or automatic putt. Only 18% probability of a make. And it is just short. Nor is it a tap in, she marks off. She needs this after the misfortunes at the last. And that is a big bounce back. Double bogey at 17, and now she can at least exhale. She will still finish the day as the leader. It's shared, but she needed that, and that was not a straightforward putt, neither figuratively or literally. That was a big snap to the right. Gets her birdie back, finishes with a 71. Lots of birdies made today, 6 of them, to negate the 3 bogeys at 6, 12, and 14. Pei So-hyun was still watching in the clubhouse or back in her room. She was thinking, there's a chance I might be the sole leader after all of this, after all. Wasn't to be. Song Ga-eun trying to avoid another bogey on the day where she is +5. But that stays straight. She thought it was going to drop in. She had 5 bogeys on the back 9. That's 78. Down in a tie for 20th. And a disappointing day. +6. That was, well, the highest round of anybody inside of the top 40 after her remarkable start to this tournament. We started with 108, down to 106 today, 2 withdrawals. Park So-hae, Mata Som, and now the final shot, at least should be the final shot. And it is off the flag and down, an even par score through 18. As Chung Sul-gi shoots a 75 today, but 9 consecutive pars on the back 9. She will head to the clubhouse in a tie for 7th. Well, the projected cut, +10, 71 players at that mark, so that might need a little bit more refining. And there is still one previous champion in contention this weekend, Chanana, 85 and 83 for a +24 through 2 rounds. These are the highlights from round number 2. Some eagles, some lowlights perhaps baked in as well. We'll begin on the 4th. It's a par 5. A 16-meter birdie for Im Hee-jung from the other side of the green and still able to connect, surprising herself even. -3, co-leader at this point, just the second hole of her round. Look at the approach on this, curling in nicely as that green widens out to the left. And more good approach plays. 6-iron on the par 3. She was up to 4 under at this point. It's where she would finish. Had a chance. Able to connect. Back-to-back birdies early in the round. We will fast forward all the way to 10 with the defending champion, Kim Soo-gi, 114 meters out on this par 5. 9 consecutive pars to start the day, and she would get the back 9 going in a big way. Brilliant approach to set up tap-in birdie, excuse me. And then this effort from off the green, Kim Se-rumi at 9. Things were looking good at that point for her. 4 birdies through the first 9 holes. Be a bit more tricky on the back. This was at 11, the par 3. Kim Soo-gi, a nice tee shot to set up back-to-back birdies. That'd be it for her. All pars the rest of the way for a round of 70. As we would go to 13. Pei So-hyun, 69 meters from the sand. Gets it up, but the backspin. That's the best part, to be able to manipulate the ball from the bunker like that. A good bit of skill required in that. 15 would be next. The shot of the day, 174 meters on the par 4 15th. The only eagle we have seen all week long. In the most unlikely of fashion, you could hear the chants for eagle from the gallery, surprising even herself, Lee Ga-young. It would help her finish with an even round of 72. Bogeys, 1 on the front, 1 on the back, and a tie for 10th at the midway mark. One of the most impressive shots of the day for Pak Sung-hyun, delighting the gallery who were patiently waiting for this. Finally getting their birdie out of her at 14 would bring her back to even. She'd have another at 17, which is what we will show you now. 7.2 meters from the right side of the green towards the middle. And look at the movement on this. Brilliant. So she goes to 1 under for the day, for the round. It's where she would finish. She would par the 18th in a tie for 4th. And then some action on 18. There were some birdies to be had. There weren't many, admittedly. This one just narrowly gets there. A 33 on the way in, a 68 on the day, far and away the best score. Just 1 bogey on the round for Pae So-yeon. And then 15. Back in time we go. Second birdie of the back 9. That followed up a span of 2 bogeys in 3 holes. This, though, is where things got a little bit wild. Missed the first. Say 3-footer, maybe. She goes, okay, no problem. I'll get it here. Except she wouldn't. Would have to address the double bogey from even further out than her par and bogey putt. Definitely needed to go through the motions. It would be a 6 on 17. And then this angle doesn't do it justice, by the way. The movement, you could see the caddy bending his knees as well, willing that ball in. She would find a birdie at the end and will start the day tomorrow in a share of the lead. 140 strokes, the 2 best scores, Pae So-yeon and Chung Yoon-ji. A 2-stroke advantage over the defending champion Kim Soo-ji, as we see an absolutely gorgeous skyline through the trees. It's a good thing that the group finished when they did, otherwise we might have to push the featured group 2 tomorrow. It was a long one. We appreciate you sticking with us as we go through the leaderboard. Pak Young at a +5, Pak Bo-mi +6. That's a pretty popular score. Kwon So-yeon, the rookie, at +7. This is where we will leave you for the day. We will be back again tomorrow for moving day with the field cut down, and this challenging, beautiful course will play host to the penultimate round of the final major championship of this season. On behalf of our SBS Golf and Spot crews, I've been Adam Jenkins, signing off from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, wishing you a very pleasant rest of your Friday and looking forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for the 22nd HITE JINRO Championship from Blue Heron.